I'm going to start stream, but we're not actually quite ready to go yet, as you can tell by the music. Because Blateval dared to question me, which is something I always encourage. As always, the part of the point of having the review process being done in a streaming format is so that there's some peer review, to try and get other perspectives and check me and make sure that the reviews are as accurate as possible. So Blateval said, "Hey, you're dumb, you're stupid, and you're literally Hitler, a fascist who commits suicide." There, I think we got that into the first 60 seconds. I think we're good. It's the only thing the bots really check for anyways, right? Anyways, so he was looking over it, and he said, "There's a few negatives that I think you didn't give to Zelda 2." Now, I encourage that, like I said, so I was looking over the specifics. First thing he mentioned is I thought that Death Mountain deserved more negatives. I actually thought about the Death Mountain negatives myself when I was doing the audit, and I decided that those were more covered by the actual problem there. As I mentioned before, a lot of the problems in Zelda 2 boil down to the live system and the runback, right? Death Mountain is fine if you don't have to start over all the way back at the beginning of the game every single time you screw up. That's the main issue there. So that's its own negatives. Cool, Death Mountain covered. The second thing he brought up was the walkthroughitis negatives, which, there's definitely some walkthroughitis in the game. I should know, I gave 2 separate negatives for it, and an info in-game negative, which mostly covers those concerns. Except for another point, which he brought up, which I'll get to in a second. But then he mentions that I didn't give any negative for grind, and I'm like, okay, yeah. I thought I did give 3 negatives for grind, but then I started reading it. So I'm looking at the system here. And I'm not sure I did actually give those negatives. So we've got interface, we've got the weapon reach problem, we got the low health beat leaps. There's seconds and minutes, which there's a bit of. There's kit, because the spell design is bad. By the way, I just have to bring this up. I pulled up Zelda Redux, or Redo, recently, and looked at the list of all of the things in, that's a good point, Arkwright, in the changes that they made. And I swear to God, even though that came out like last year, it reads like a laundry list of all the negatives I gave the game. The live system is almost completely repaired by the fact that you go back to either the dungeon you're in or the most recent major checkpoint you passed as soon as you game over. So that gets rid of a lot of negatives, like 10 of them, right there. Then there's the fact that you have to enter the interface every time you have to do a cast, which is fixed. Then there's the low health thing, which is fixed. Then there's the combat reach, which is fixed. Then there's the text render scroll speed, which is fixed. Then there's the spell cost, which is fixed. Seriously, that's the first 11 negatives, all of which are deleted by the Redux. I'm not going to keep going down the list, but it's wild to think of. Anyways, apparently some similar ideas there. But I'm looking down the list here. So we got walkthroughitis. Yep, stand by that. Enemy design. Yep, there's some bullcrap enemies. Penalty for failure. Falling into a pit. Falling into pits. That's 2 negatives. And then, of course, there's the run, which by itself earns triple negatives because the run is the worst part of the entire game. Then there's the extra lives problem, which earns its own negative. Then there's the grind negative, which dovetail into an info and game problem. This kind of ties into your second point, Blade Javal. Then there's the difficulty curve, the hidden palace, the hidden palace's boss, the Grand Palace, the Grand Palace's last boss, the Grand Palace's second last boss, the Grand Palace's last boss, the enemy AI design, the gotcha design, which only actually shows up a couple times, but it does show up. By the way, this gotcha negative is actually smoothed over by the Redux. Seriously. Then there's the late game, which, yeah, is crap, and the final walkthroughitis, which is actually for something that happened earlier. So if you notice, it looks like I gave 0 negatives for the experience problem. So, Zelda 2's score is about to go down a little bit, and I'm going to have to manually update several pages. I'll be honest, I kind of hate having to go back and adjust a score like this because of how many things I have to manually adjust every single time I do it. I wish I could just interconnect things properly, but you know how that works. I was literally sick, and I blame the fever. I really do. My first stream yesterday of Link's Awakening was terrible because I had a fever. I apologize to my VOD watchers for that. Because you're awesome. Keep VODing. Please, for the love of God, keep VODing. Really, Anarchomaxis? That's... Sure. So that puts us up to... -14. And hang on a sec. God, I gotta... Just so many things. Hang on a sec. I mean, the Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 games were kind of weird in general. No, I do not, Ryman. I'm actually still a little feverish, by the way. Just a little. Didn't sleep much last night. I don't know if you all can sleep well when you have a fever. I can't. Oh. Never mind. I'm stupid. I did actually give those 3 negatives. Yay! I don't have to change a bunch of documents. Okay, never mind. Let me... It's the first 3 negatives I gave. Bladecheval did bring up something else, though. Bladecheval said, Lore, you're literally Hitler. And I'm like, it's true. I shaved to hide it. It's amazing what you can get away with when you shave. It's ridiculous. Oh, I can't sleep when I'm feverish. So when I'm feverish, my brain goes in weird directions, and it makes it difficult to actually rest, you know? Even when I'm in pandemonium, I can't rest. I'm dead serious. It's actually really quite unpleasant. I do not enjoy how out of control my brain gets when it's feverish. Mage. Death Valley. Sorry, the Valley of Death. Which is apparently where the Grand Palace is. Ganon's underlings were calling up new allies from the underworld. Working devilishly towards the revival of Ganon. Yeah, he's just the devil. I mean, Bowser was kind of that too, if you remember, in the very, very, very first version of Bowser. Something that started going away pretty quickly. The palace is a complex labyrinth. And then it shows an 8-screen dungeon. Yeah, Bowser's a goofball, and if I could be so bold, I love that. I think if Bowser was, you know, the devil, I don't think I'd be nearly as interested. Anyways, so, I think we're solid there. If this will load, there it goes. You know, that's a good question, Bladecheval. I don't know, let's ask Sonic06. Hey, Sonic06. Why do you have a good soundtrack? Huh? Interesting. It's because Sonic06 wasn't supposed to be a terrible game. Anyways, so, back into it. Apologies. Dungeon time. Oh, this should be easy. Oh, God. Okay. It's okay, I can make this. I can make it. I can make it. I can do this. Okay, now I can make... Okay, fine. You win. I am so sorry, Yura. Do you need help? Like, are you okay? Blink once if Sonic 06 is holding you hostage. Thus, forevermore would Link wrestle with the great Bombos of 27. Damn it. You know, it probably is telling that the moment I get a power-up, my first reaction is, damn it! You know, call me a weirdo. But my... Oh, jeez. Up, left, down, or right. Call me a weirdo, but one of the things I liked about Megamind was that the actual villain of that movie is exactly the type of awful, awful person that would be a villain. No style, no presentation, no charisma, no big flashy anything. Just an asshole. An entitled dickhead. And as I'd like to point out, although most people who watch the film catch this too, he was always a villain. Giving him power didn't corrupt him at all. It just enabled him to act out whatever awful design he wanted to. Nobody? Nobody's listening. Am I muted? Lord knows I've been having plenty of tech issues lately, so... Yeah, you're a villain, but not a supervillain. I've actually heard a lot of people use the term supervillain to describe someone specifically who is not that evil. Whereas a villain is someone who is awful. And that's the line they keep. Now that's the realm of fiction, of course, but it is interesting to think about. Or, put this in different terminology, Bowser is usually portrayed as a supervillain, whereas someone like, say, Fawful is a villain. Anyways, we'll go left. In honor of Dakota, he always picks left. Actually, yeah, Darkrai. What is it? Hostis Humani Generis? Something like that? Whoops. Well, that's a waste. And yeah, the difference between a pirate and a pirate. Yeah. Okay, that's two wastes. Well, that's a waste of everything. So, if you're wondering why I plummeted to my death there, it's because I hit the jump button, which is this button. Oh, I have no idea, Zach Taft. I've never reviewed Infinite Warfare. I am absolutely going to blame the game. In fact, I've actually already given a negative for this. I mean, first of all, this is literally the inverse of Breath of the Wild, which is really confusing. And they had to have known that because this game came out after Breath of the Wild. But second, and more importantly, why can't I rebind my buttons in a game from 2019? Yeah, exactly. Jump is Y. Pretty much universally the attack button. So I'm literally reversed on these. I've actually been dying a lot to that particular problem. But that's the first time I have screwed myself over in a, I'm locked in kind of a way because of that problem. Also a good question, Cycloud. Are we... Yeah, I may have to go just farm bombs. I don't think I can progress. You wouldn't change controls in a movie. Well, actually... Yeah, I think that's weird. I think that's exactly what we're going to do. I think we're just going to go buy bombs. It's a weird thing. Or we could get several bombs from... Thanks, game. I'm not even mad. Probably Zach Taft. And well-characterized ones, too. I would never pirate a movie. I'd pirate the hell out of one, though. Wow, that didn't even kill him. Holy crap. Hey, Mr. Debonair. Let's reset this. God damn it! God damn it, muscle memory. Work with me, not against me. Oh, you son of a sub... And now I don't have enough bombs to do this. Yeah, if you ever see me swing my sword before plummeting to my death, it's because I hit the jump button. See, the problem is, that's the jump button in, like, everything. It's the jump button. Mega Man, it's the jump button. In other Zelda games, it's the jump button. In, Mario. Let's go buy some bombs. I'm apparently terrible at everything. Oh yeah, that reminds me, since I've got nothing else to talk about right now. So, for the sake of YouTube internal promotion and the need to have more people discover my channel over time, I've decided to start pushing out some shorts. Don't worry, you can completely ignore them. For real, you just completely ignore the shorts. They're there for people who are not already familiar with my channel or not already aware of it. It's a promotion thing, okay? Having said that, I would like your guys' assistance in making those shorts, because what I've been doing, and what I will continue doing for this next several weeks, is turning clips on YouTube into shorts. The reason why is because that's a very streamlined process that doesn't take a bajillion hours to do. This is where you come in. If you can help me with making clips of funny or interesting moments on stream, that would be helpful. Headphones, please. Thank you. Goodbye. I think Mr. Ed's watching Tangled right now. No, exactly, Blue Alex. In fact, some of you have probably already noticed I've already done one clip as a test run of this concept. And that would be the motorcycle sequence in Breath of the Wild. I've already gotten my money back from getting the bombs. Jeez Louise. I'm going to be honest and say that I don't know what you mean by that, Darkrai. So I'm going to have to look into that the next time I upload a short. They're very baggy shorts. Correct. This game does not occur in Hyrule. It was actually one of the mandates when they were making this game originally. As for what I think of Koholint, I think it's surprisingly well fleshed out for being essentially just one island. In fact, well, I can't show you now. This is it. This is the whole island. As you can see, we've already walked across well over half of it. Like, we've been all the way up through this area. We can't go here yet until we get the flippers. And we can't go up here until we get the hook shot. And we can't go in here until I forget what. But otherwise, we've covered most of the map already. It's a checkbox about shorts. Now, that's interesting. I wonder... I'm shocked we haven't... Hang on. Very interesting. So I do not have that option. I will have to look into that more, because that option does not exist via the method I have to turn clips into shorts. Probably on purpose. Thank you, Nightwing. And yeah, there's no Ganon in this game. Actually, believe it or not, there's no Ganon in most Zelda games. I forget the exact spread. I think it's like he's in 6, and he's not in 11. Something like that. Ignore Anarchomaxis. Ganon is not in this game. So, no, it's actually Aghanim. No, okay, so Ganon is not in this game. There is... You know what you want to put that towards Nightwing? Please let me know. Yeah, I think what I might have to do, below Alex, is upload it as unlisted. Or, excuse me, export it as unlisted. And then go manually change that to public and see if there I can actually change it to not that. I love how there's that one dot over there just to make sure you don't get that item. Okay, take 87. Remember, the jump button is not where you think it is, Laura. Okay, sure. No, wait! Worth it. Okay, so now that nightmare's over, let's try down. Of course. So, you probably don't know this, Anarchomaxis, but I have a concept called technically. It's when you say something that's technically correct, but is actually wrong. I'm not bringing that up for any particular reason. Anyways, Ganon isn't in this game. In pretty much the same manner that he's not really in Zelda 2, either. Let's see. Ganon's not in Link's Awakening. He's not in Skyward Sword. He's not in Minish Cap. He's not in... Oh, God. Phantom Hourglass. He's not in Spirit Tracks. Then there's the technicallys. There are a few technically Ganons across the series. For example, Link Between Worlds, the upcoming Oracles games. Breath of the Wild, arguably. I mean, I've said it before and I've said it again. It's best to think of it as if there are no timelines. Or rather, there's not one unified timeline, but there's individual arcs. I've said that many times before, and I'll say it many times again. We're still in the same overall arc as of this moment in time, and will be for the next 2 games we're playing, too. Because next up is the Oracles games. Ooh, something useless. Well, let's see. So we've got the original timeline, which is honestly most of the 2D games, which all kind of connect with each other pretty well. Yeah, actually, by the way, I decided to look up the official take on that, on the Link thing, and it's really stupid. So what they wanted, so the original idea and the way that things were written is LTTP, Oracles, Awakening, time passes, Ganon comes back, Hyrule's destroyed, 1, 2. All of that is fairly cohesive, fits within itself, and references itself. Cool. No issues. But then they decided that Link's Awakening is actually first, and then Oracles is actually a completely different Link all of a sudden. Oh, and Link Between... Sorry, I keep forgetting Link Between Worlds. I apologize. Zelda 2, and then Link Between Worlds. Anyways. Now I've lost my train of thought. The whole point... Actually, Link Between Worlds actually occurs before 1, doesn't it? Regardless, the... You've thrown me, Anarchomaxis. What was I talking about? Look, I still have a fever. You gotta work with me here. They tried to change it. Triforce Heroes doesn't exist. They tried to change it so that the Oracles games were a completely separate Link and have nothing to do with anything, even though they were very clearly written to be a part of this overall arc that I've already mentioned. In fact, as I'll talk about when it comes to the Oracles games, they were written, designed, and mapped out to be originally a direct sequel to LTTP to lead into Link's Awakening. That's how they were written at the start, when they were made. Deciding to make the Oracles games rip off and do their own thing completely is actually a retcon, and a very stupid one. Now, thankfully, we can ignore all that crap because that's all in books and outside material, so we're just concerned with the stuff that's in the game. And in the game, the Oracles games actually match things pretty neatly. Honestly, Sigma resurrects more than Ganon, so Sigma. I like you as a character, Sigma. Really. So, sorry, the actual timeline order there would be LTTP, LTTP, and then Oracles. It's actually specifically Oracle of Seasons than Oracle of Ages, by the way. I looked that up, too. So, LTTP, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Link's Awakening, Link Between Worlds, Descent, 1, 2. There we go. I think the score is indicative, Giga Pudding. You're probably wondering, hold on. The Oracle's games came out pretty far in. In fact, the Oracle's games came out just like a month, or I think it was 2 months, excuse me, away from the Game Boy Advance. So, why? Like, why is that a thing? Why is that the way it is? Agreed, Blue Alex. It's probably telling that it was considered such a big spoiler, or a big deal, that X8 was X8. Anyways, yeah, these are extremely late GBC. Again, they were actually at the end, the very end of the GBC cycle. But the reason that's significant is it meant several other Zelda games had come out prior to this, and so they knew where they were going. So why would the Oracle's games specifically go back to the 2D era? I'll talk more about this when it comes to covering the Oracle games, but it's because the Oracle games actually started as a remake, a proper remake even, of Zelda 1. Yeah, I know, thanks. I think you know exactly what I feel about the official Nintendo timeline, as I've been doing nothing but bashing it this entire run. Hey look, indicators of where you can bomb. Zelda 1. The timeline's so official they threw it out the window for Breath of the Wild. And possibly Tears of the Kingdom. Either way, we'll be playing Seasons first, of course, because that makes much more sense timeline-wise. I think. If you type exclamation mark next, you'll see that. Whatever it is in the next command right now. Also, if you're talking about the ambi thing, I do agree with you that it's weird that they did it that way, but whatever. Alright, where are we at? How many keys do we have? 2 keys. Actually, yes, you can, Cycloud. As of LTTP. Yep, there you go. Seasons first. No, okay, let's do the one-way wall. Ah! Well, that sucks. I definitely did that on purpose. I will also take those bombs. We haven't even maxed out our bombs yet. Holy crap. Good afternoon, Paranoid Android. How's your day going? 'Cause I'm still a little sweaty, shaky, etc. Again. You know, that's a good question, Cycloud. I don't know. Yeah, so there's 3. Oh, I'm aware of that, Anarcho-Marxist. It just proves how extremely stupid Nintendo lore, or Zelda lore, or an official lore actually is. Like, I know that you can cite official sources. I just don't care. Just because someone officially says something does not make it true. You know what I mean? Officially, the animated series is canon to Star Trek. But bullcrap. Oh, I meant to show it off to Cycloud. Oh, whatever. If I hadn't seen it above, I could have figured that out with the sword thing. Weirdly enough, I don't like Spock being able to cast magic, having learned it from Lucifer. I know. Strange. And yeah, the fact that they officially say... That's another great example. That FF4 is a sequel to FF2. And FF7 is a sequel to FF10 too. Don't care! See, here's the thing. That is canon. It just doesn't matter. That's the way I tend to put that. My birthday, I always knew. Because you're right, that is canon, but it doesn't matter that it's canon. If you, how do I explain this in simple words? Because I think I said this perfectly during Breath of the Wild. If you piss in a jar and then officially state that that's lemonade, it is canon that that's lemonade. But I kinda don't care because it's piss in a jar. Reality and canon do not have to coincide, and in fact usually don't. Remember, canon is only decided by whoever owns the property at that particular moment in time. It's why canon is mutable and changes periodically. The example I just mentioned earlier about Star Trek. So yesteryear used to be canon. Sorry, let me state that more clearly. Yesteryear used to be the only thing... Oh, I was one short. The only thing that was canon. And then, you know... Paramount decided to change up and codify the timeline when they were doing the new Trek stuff. Remember, canon is decided by whoever currently owns the property. Yeah, we've ruined it forever in Archromaxist. So they then have the right now to just decide, yeah, that's canon now. And so they did. And so now the entire animated series is now canon, because that's what the current owners decided. Hi, Act. Also, these Dodongos are getting weird, I'm just saying. It is nice to play just an unabashedly good game for once, tell you what. Instead of a good game with asterisks, or, you know, Zelda 1 or Zelda 2. And yeah, that's actually an even better example. The Evilise games being connected to each other is bullcrap, because they don't and they aren't, but canonically they are. That's how canon works. Generally speaking, the way I tend to approach it is my job, I guess is the way I want to phrase that, to report on what is canon, whether I agree with it or not. And then I'll go ahead and disagree with it, because let's be honest with ourselves, the overwhelming majority of time, canon is just nonsense. Okay, so that's done, that's done. Let's go get this really quick. Also, I do like having this just be on a button, the dash. It's just on the shoulder button there. As much as I'm pissed off by the controls in this game, I really like the controls in this game. Which I know sounds like a weird statement, but that is how that works. Things can be both good and bad. Yeah, I saw that, Chill Pangolin. It is very cute. This game is so ridiculously cute. Like, kind of scarily cute, really. Did I already? I did. Okay, okay. Alright. Yeah, I remember in several of these dungeons in the original version going through and being like, holy crap, and just changing my B and my A button constantly. Oh, it totally looks like plastic, 100%. The toy doll look. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not actually 100% sure if I'm going to give any sprite work positives to this game. Brickwork, on the other hand, the game actually is really solid brickwork. Yeah, I just want to check something real quick. I also like how you can charge up a dash while moving. Just a very small quality of life change from LTP. Well, Link is sprite work. The background is brickwork. Simplest and easiest way to explain that. There's a lot of games that will get one without getting the other. The example I used just a few days ago is Punch-Out!, whose brickwork is threadbare at best. But by contrast, the sprite work in Punch-Out! Is really, really good. Like, shockingly good. Doodads is another interesting one. I was actually thinking about that just this morning because I was thinking about the eventual WoW review. Lots of games have good doodads in town. For example, this game right here. There's not a lot of doodad design out in the overworld or in the dungeons. And that's really normal. Most games do that. Oh, god dang it. That's okay, I can warp there. I can warp there. Good morning, Walker. Love this shortcut design. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. When you're in town, there's tons and tons of effort put in the detailing. And that makes sense. It is a very rare game that bothers to have really good doodad design out in the wild. Which is why I love WoW. God dang it! Oh, jeez. Oh, this is it. We're gonna die right here because I can't stop going off the edge. Okay, okay, hold on. Hold on. Pokemon games is another good example of games that tend to have an absence of doodad design in anything other than the towns. There we go. Weirdly close, but okay. Come on. Okay. Probably Europe. Like I said, not in the case of the Oracle's games. And in fact, the game we're playing right now. But a lot of times, yeah. Like the aforementioned nonsense with FF7 and FF10 too. Like, nobody planned that. That's what you get! Mario's a chump. He should have just flung himself into the thwomps at Mach 12. Good morning, Evo. How is your wonderful day going? Because if it's going anything other than wonderful, And the positivity police are going to have a word. So when I actually have stated that before, X, but to repeat myself, when they were first making this game, they were just doing whatever the hell they wanted to with the development, because this didn't even start off as an actual game development. And so they just started borrowing enemies and ideas and patterns from whatever because they could. So the answer is more or less literally just because. There's no greater meaning to it. There's no design. It's just because. What did I miss? Oh. What is that, the map? It looks like that is the map. Well, who cares? Boss time! Woo! Neener, neener, you can't find me. Yeah, yeah! Blorp. Yeah! Although I prefer how the actual canon voice actor of Papyrus did it. No! It's my greatest villain ever. Slime Eye. Is that like a slime wife? A mid-slime? Of course they do, Chill Penguin. Haven't you seen the Undertale Theater? Sorry, crazy horse. Slifu. My waifu is my Slifu. Waterfall. It is hidden in the waterfall. Oh, nah, I'm too dry. Hang on. How many instruments have you gotten so far? When you play the instruments in front of the egg, the windfish will wake and you will leave this island. And you must hasten to the Yarna Desert. The dark, monstrous inhabitants of the sand will show you the way. I've decided I don't want to learn anything more about that game, Yura. Okay, so now we have the dash, which opens up a couple of possibilities. Well, what it really wants us to do is go up here. We can't swim yet. I'm actually doing a pretty bad hoot right now, probably because my throat is not doing great. But when I was playing this game with my niece, she actually complimented me on how good my hoots sounded. And I know that's a pathetic thing to take pride in, but goddammit, I've got so little. Give me this. Give me this, okay? Just let me have my hoots. Oh yeah, we can heal now. In the overworld. Any tree with apples now allows us to heal. Hey, Marin, what are you doing with that honey? Oh, Lord, so you have a stick. Can I borrow it for a second? Marin, or Terran. Terran. Well, it's pretty hard to feel bad for you on this one. I got the honeycomb. You're not sure how it happened, but take it. The trading game continues. I think the game's pretty funny, Act. So I'm going to give it 15 negatives for humor. Boy, there's something. I haven't very often given a game a negative for humor. I can think of a game where I could do negative for humor. Borderlands 3. But it's not something that happens very often. So there's 2 hints for where to go next. First and foremost, the obvious. The fact that as you complete a thing, it says, go to the waterfall. And we actually happen to know where the waterfall is already. It's right up there. So we've got a general direction to go in. But there's actually another hint system, too. No, it is not. A lot of people praise the gameplay of Borderlands 3. And that's because what they mean is the gunplay. But the overall gameplay is actually pretty terrible. Oh, most of the new trading game interactions are in areas we haven't been to, Dakota. So simply by progressing through the world map, in the areas we're supposed to go in, we will see the next step of the trading game. I feel like I've already answered that twice, Evo. Better, but not good, is the quick answer. This is the other tip thing that I mentioned. I know you didn't ask about this, but I'm answering anyways. In the Yarna Desert, which is located in the southeast of the island, you'll find something called the Angler Key. How much more obvious do I have to be? I kind of like the vehicles. I'll give you that. They still control like ass, but that's just every Borderlands game, so that's not something against that. But things like interface design, itemization itself, the inventory cap problem, the rate at which you get back resources by which to then turn into other better items, the HUD design, the color distinction, the visual distinction, the map design, the enemy placement, the encounter design. All of that stuff was pretty crap in Borderlands 3. We had to start cheating in order to make the game a little bit more tolerable during our particular playthrough. Because it wasn't. If Borderlands 2 makes you cringe at the writing, do not play Borderlands 3. The main villains of Borderlands 3 are what a 50-year-old who's heard of the concept thinks a Twitch streamer is. Now, obviously, you might think, oh, you're just taking umbrage to that because you are a streamer. And while there's a degree of truth to that, no, trust me, they're terrible. Everybody thinks they're terrible, whether they are a streamer or not. I have never heard a single... Yeah, they're also Mary Sue's. I've never heard a single person ever defend the twins. Not one. And people defend a lot of aspects of that game. But not the twins. The twins are awful. Alright, so I want to go over there. So let's go do that. I do not Cycloud, but I think I do, but I might not. That's honestly kind of terrifying, Belle. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, statistically speaking, amongst, what are we at, 8 billion people? There's at least a 1 in 8 billion chance that someone somewhere thinks Right to Hell Retribution is the best game they've ever played. So, statistically speaking, sure. But, yeah. Okay, shortcut get. I mean, it's possible. Paranoid Android. Again, 1 in 8 billion. It's pretty big odds. there's spiders coming out of holes in the ground. I'm just gonna leave this area and never come back. Bye. Did you not for 5 seconds? Jesus. Gangbuster here. In an antiques... I mean, they don't sell it. You actually can't legally procure Ride-Hell Retribution anymore. I happen to still have my copy. Yeah, they obviously don't produce any physical copies anymore. So that's just a dice roll of the used game stores. And they've actually delisted it in digital stores. That happened pretty recently, too. Just a month or two ago. I even double-checked to make sure my own copy was still available, because I do still plan to review that game someday. And just in case, I currently have that game installed. Oh yeah, we gotta have our adorable drowning. Alright, Evo. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so cute when he's drowning. Look at him. Look at him. Okay, okay. He's just so adorable. Look, it's not my fault he's adorable while he's drowning to death, okay? I don't know what you want from me. There are 2 shrines, one to the north and one to the south. First head south, where ancient ruins speak of the windfish. You'll learn much there. Yeah, imagine if that killed a life. And if I did that twice, I'd have to game over and start at the beginning of the game again. Because I don't have to imagine that. Because I beat Zelda 2 yesterday. That was me, Crazy Norse. Like, I did that. Oh, hang on, screwed it up. Oh, shoot. And now I can't do it, of course. I can't do it. I can't do it. Wow. I can't prove it. Yeah, Zelda 2 can't hurt me anymore. I'll never play it again. Unless someone funds the Redux. I mean, if they remake it, there's a decent chance it'll be a better game. But no. I have no idea what the Zelda team's doing right now, actually. Well, put it to you this way. I think Zelda 2 is the worst live system I've ever seen in a game. As I've said before, I'm not a big fan of live systems. But Zelda 2 is a terrible live system. Like, seriously, it might legitimately be the worst implementation of a live system I've ever seen. The only thing that might surpass that is technically of going back to a much older game. When it really was arcade-driven. Yeah, that's the really weird part. Despite everything I just said, Zelda 2 could be even worse. I know this because the Japanese version is. As I pointed out during the stream, in the Japanese version, when you game over, you lose a level in all of your things. So, like, if you're 333, you go down to being 222. Really think about that for a second. It seems like such a small little change, but really think about what that would do. back to that game. Move, please. Move. Thank you. Well, as I mentioned earlier, Crazy Norse, by the time Zelda 2 came out, they were already using Japanese players as beta testers for American releases. Whether that's for cultural reasons, or because of elitism, or because of practicality, because they couldn't do patches back in the day, who knows. But it is still true, regardless. It would be true for quite a while. Ocarina is another good example of that. Japanese version of Ocarina is much buggier. I got the arrow, but I don't have a... Too bad I don't have a bow to deliver the owl. Hey, Evo, I don't have a bow to deliver the owl. So we're gonna reload our save here. Yeah, sure, that'll do. No reason. I think I actually need the bow to deal with him, which I can't quite afford yet. Thoughts on the visuals? Well, the blur is terrible. Negative. I mean, since I saved, I could go try again since I am here. The trip back. Anyways, the sprite work is okay. The brickwork is really good. And the doodads are excellent. At least in town. I don't think I could damage him with the sword in this version. The problem with the spin attack is that I have to do it while he's facing me. What was I gonna say? Something about stabbing Giga. Stab! Okay. I do have both of the demon sisters in chat right now, so that's nice. Let's find out, Cyclad. Any game can have sprite work. Looks like yes. There's the clown key. How strange, there's a mural here. To the finder, the Isle of Colent is but an illusion. Human monsters, sea and sky. A scene on the lid of Sleeper's Eye. Awake the dreamer and Colent will vanish, much like a bubble on a needle. Castaway, you should know the truth. Now, so that's the big twist. Believe it or not, I know that this is considered so common knowledge that people have been kind of idly chatting about it this whole time, but I've been trying very hard not to talk about this until here, because this is the big reveal. First of all, the obvious fact that Colent is in fact a dreamscape. It doesn't actually exist. But second, and arguably more importantly, the fact that an ancient mural in an ancient ruin can talk to us in effectively present tense, which is yet another example of that wonderful dream logic that exists in this game. So, you know, in normal logic, that doesn't make any sense. Unless this is just a dream. So, cool. Thumbs up. But this brings me finally to something I've been wanting to talk about for a while. Did you notice at the beginning they mentioned that enemies had only started really being hostile and attacking when we showed up? And there's a bunch more monsters since we showed up? That makes sense. We're an actual person. Just like the Windfishes, we're the only two real people here. Which means that the dream is now a shared dream between the two of us. This is also why there's canon in this particular game, is because it is our dream of Ganon. Just like most of the enemies here that are familiar enemies from Link's Adventures. Remember, this is the Link who's already been through Oracles and LTTP. That is stuff from his dream, from his subconscious. Now, it's not all from his subconscious, because this is a shared dream, but still. It's actually pretty coherent, pretty logical. This is also when we're getting into a little bit of existentialism. How much of this counts? How much of this is real? Is there some droid effect going on with the nightmares? And they actively want to keep it? Because the nightmares actively want to keep existing. And they know that they will fade the moment that the dream ends. So the big villain's plot is to prevent us from waking the Windfish, so they can continue existing. Which is kind of messed up, and the more you think about it, the more messed up it gets. There we go. I see you have read the relief. Well, it does say the island is but a dream of the Windfish. No one's really sure. Just as you cannot know if a chest holds treasure until you open it, you cannot tell if this is a dream until you awaken. The only one who knows for sure is the Windfish. Trust your feelings. Someday you will discover the answer. Oh, and yeah, by the way, the owl there, I forget the actual psychological concept of it, but it's like the id or something like that. the general idea is that the owl there is a form of the subconsciousness of the windfish. And therefore, the entity which is most striving to keep us moving forward to wake the windfish up. First of all, thank you, Rykos. Very, very much appreciate the sub. As always. I'll jot that down for Pokemon Violet, Galaris, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. None. Well, that would probably make it the super ego then, Darkrai. Since by all accounts, you know, we need to wake up, or the windfish needs to wake up. Remember, the windfish specifically reached out in its dream state to cause the storm to hit us, to pull us into the dream in order to be able to awaken. A little bit, Crazy Horse, yeah, for reasons I will not go into right now. Either way, after the absolutely colossal in-between section of last time, we're pretty much ready to go for the next dungeon. We would like to not die on our way there. That would be a nice thing. Yeah, if you want to know why, go watch our stream on Dragon Quest Builders 2. It's a good stream. I recommend it. We are on the verge of death. Wow. Alright, so we have died. Cool. I think we have to fight the boss again. We have drowned, yes. That's why we're so low on health right now, actually. Whoops. I guess that's my old hubris. I think this is right after the boss. Yep. Oh yeah, fun fact. A lot of Zelda fans consider this to be the easy Zelda. Which I only bring up because the next two we're playing are considered the hard Zeldas. So that's cool. Now, in fairness, I'm trying to not die. I don't think Link actually would die in the strictest sense of the word. But that's just my take on it, my read on it. I'd be more likely to say that Link probably doesn't actually, you know, wake from the dream, that he's just stuck here like the windfish is. And that's the end of that. Alright, already did that. Just the big reveal, Anarcho-Marxist. And a brief discussion on existentialism. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Bad difficulty design is a negative, not something being easy. I get Anarcho-Marxist. Your guess is as good as mine. Could you not, please? Jesus. What? Oh, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that's faster. Let's go and do that. Still can't afford the bow. I mean, I imagine the dream would just get worse and worse, Trihexian. To be quite honest with you. Lynx has been through some stuff, even at this point in his career. I'll know, Darkrai. Also, in my opinion, stealing is a lot harder in this version. I actually demonstrated that last time I played this game. I mean, this is the link from LTTP, both in canon and in logic. Pretty sure by this point we qualify as a knight. But if we are knighted, then it was something that happened after the events of LTTP. Where was that? I forgot to write it down, didn't I? Yeah, it's nice, Cycloud. No grind. Good. Yeah, like legally, he probably doesn't qualify as a knight. In terms of actual combat capacity, he could probably crush most of the knights of Hyrule at this point. I mean, again, if we ignore canon, which I highly recommend doing, this is the Oracles and the LTTP link. We are full on a veteran. In fact, I think this is the most veteran of all the links with the... Well, no, yeah, I'm going to just stand by that. We have 3 games under our belt already. Ocarina Link obviously shows up in Majora's, but he just had the 1 game. Breath Link shows up in Tears, 1 game again. And Zelda 2 Link, Zelda 1. You know, true enough, Crazy Horse. Hard to argue. Especially in Twilight. God dang. Wait, hold on. Did I already... I mean, it doesn't really change anything, Darkrai. All he's doing is passing on his knowledge from Ocarina and Majora, so his kit hasn't really gone up any. He hasn't gained any new kit in Twilight, put simply. Favorite vanilla WoW Zone gameplay-wise is probably the Eastern Plaguelands. Listen, fun is not allowed, Evo. Yeah, where are we at in that? honeycomb. This is a serious business game, man. He wants me to go over there. Which makes sense. I believe they do. You can actually see the phone booth listed. So there's one right here in the village. There's one outside the village. There's one up by the swamp. There's one over here by the prairie. And there's one up by the heights. And I'm not sure what other ones there are in the world. Alright, time to gamble. Time to play gotcha.
Yeah!
And it'll fall out immediately. What do you want to bet? What am I bet? What am I bet? Oh, wow. I'm actually shocked. Especially after all the nonsense we had with the Yoshi doll. Hey, Evo. That's a dog figurine named after a dog whose name is Chow Chow. As in Italian, Chow. But the name is Chow Chow. Because it's a dog. I suppose I should show this off at least once. Let's save. No reason. Oh god. Oh god. So, fun fact, my niece loves the Kuko thing so well, or so much, that she still plays that particular game every now and again. It's actually a very simple game. The way it works is, she's a Kuko, and if I touch her in any way, like if I get anywhere near her, if I bump into her accidentally, if she bumps into me, she immediately flips out and kills me. So, you know. How? Anarchomexis. Chow Chow is, it's chow. So it's bye-bye, but also food. That's the joke. If it's an onomatopoeia for anything, I have no idea what it is. Now, wan, that's an onomatopoeia, because bark. But in English, it's chow chow. Words. No, I think you're just thinking of the Japanese version. Yeah, okay, that's all. I went to the wrong warp spot. Yes, I did. I'm gonna go here, I think. But yeah, it's really funny, because then she'll just stand there and she'll like slow, and I have to like navigate around her. Oh, excuse me. Over here. digging lately. 2 Renegade to be. Honestly, it would be much more than 2 if the blur was also in the dungeons. That would be really, really terrible. It's a little more mazy for my takes, Dakota, but it could be worse. You want to see a bad overworld, wait until you see the Oracle's games. My goodness. I didn't know about the Rito one. This is where I'm gonna go. The warp points help a bit. But there's a lot of, like, the overworld is very Metroid-y. In kind of an annoying way, honestly. But also in a well-designed way at the same time. There's a lot of stuff which you can't access until you have X, Y, or Z. Eat! Eat, Evo. Or else I will not eat lunch. And I will blame you for it. And as my fever gets worse and worse, and I slowly descend into the endless hell that is not eating, you will know that it was your fault. Any questions? There's the animal village, which means we might be able to actually get Marin now. Access to that. You did it, Evo. What people have tried to do for years, you succeeded in a day. Secrets are like water when it comes to bridges. Adorable drowning. Gotta get our adorable drowning quota in.
Yeah.
On such a nice day, we need a song from Marin. This is an interesting take on this song. I can't go to Maybe Village because all the monsters. Hope Marin's alright. Oh, hey. Hey, you. Is that a honeycomb? I just ran out. Will you swap it for a pineapple? It's not as sweet, but it is delicious. I love pineapple. Yeah, no, that tub of goo is asleep. Right in the way to Yarna Desert. Once he's asleep, he won't budge for a long time. Take Marin to wake him up with her singing. That slob would wake up with a jump if he heard her sing for sure. Those soups do look good. This is that doodad design, by the way. Really take in for a second. Like, he's got a cutting board, he's got a baster, and an onion he's in the middle of chopping, 3 things of spices, 2 cans of food. He's got a meat grinder, a frying pan, some chilies, which are hung up, of course, as you do. He's got several, like, a moon and 2 stars tied up around the edge of the bed, or around the edge of the overlay thing, the wood thing that's up top, which is then hanging down over his bed. He's got pots, bowls, small bowls, big bowls, a giant frickin' bowl. He's got a frickin' mortar and pestle thing. Wood, straw, pots, more different types of chilies. He's got recipes up on the wall there. He's got a frickin' potted plant over there. He's got a giant fish over by his table ready for serving. And finally, he's got a big old ceramic bowl on his table, which itself has multiple spoons in it. I need to increase the doodads pauses. This is kind of silly. It's always in, like, the town stuff. Again, that's very normal for this kind of thing. Let's get a warp point really quick. Like, this stuff, this is another area in which I think this version of the game will score better than the original, because the original wasn't exactly bad with its doodad design, but they clearly spent some time on these rooms.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, look at this. There's some starfish. There's some portraits, some pictures there. He's got a statue, like a doll, of a Zora there. He's got a compass and a shovel and a map which is pinned to the wall so he can figure out where he's going. Bunch of pots. Can't forget the pots. You know the Animal Village and Maybe Village are sister cities? Even though they aren't large enough to be called cities. Anyway, I heard from a very good source they have a dream shrine in Maybe. And something good is inside. Yeah, but I'm not ready for that yet. Okay, this is the weirdest bathtub ever. Check it out. So she's got several seashells. Okay, that makes sense. She's got a bit of driftwood just hanging over her bath. And then a potted plant. 2 things of probably some amount of cleaning agent, but then 2 husks of corn, a tomato, and a watermelon. You don't know the proper etiquette when dealing with a lady, do you? You should have brought flowers or something. Then I might be more inclined to talk with you. Oh yes, in my case, hibiscus are best. I'll get to that. Giga, we need to talk about your bathing etiquette. Oh, and here's Evo's room. You can tell because... God, where do I even start? So first of all, the bed is off by itself. There's not even flooring. It's just stone. Hasn't bothered with it because why would you? I need more space for my painting. There's paint splatters everywhere. There's buckets of paint everywhere. There's a hammer and a chisel and an L ruler and a normal ruler. Several, there's a thing of what looks like a squash and 3 tomatoes or apples. There's a mortar and pestle, again, for grinding up colors. There's a chunk of charcoal for drawing. A bunch of charcoal, or no, sorry, just 1 charcoal drawing on the left wall. There's a case which contains his paintbrushes on the right. And, of course, right next to his bed, 2 other charcoal drawings, half completed, with an entire thing of charcoal pencils just kind of haphazardly smeared across it. Yes, I am Skul Donovich. The mermaid statue by the bay is my masterpiece. To tell you the truth, that work is not complete. The art, it's difficult to grasp. It is not. Go away. Go away. Go away. Sacre bleu. And, okay. You're in a desert. There's a way to get there to the south, but you might not be able to get there if that lazy walrus is in the way. And also, this is clearly the rabbit's house. You can tell why. Because instead of a bed, they just have a giant hammock with 4 pillows in it. A giant table surrounded by chairs filled with carrots. Nearby, 2 full baskets full of carrots. 1 book with a candle for reading. And an indoor garden with turnips, cabbages, looks like artichokes, and lettuce. And I'm not sure what that other thing is. Spinach, maybe? And, of course, watermelons and, you know, cacti and more. Carrots. Oh, and he's also got some tomatoes growing from a vine plant that's being held up there as well. And finally, at the very back are 2 cacti done up in the style of rabbits. There's the walrus, who straight up will not move until you bring him Marin. They're not allergic to carrots, but the carrots have a lot of sugar in them. Really, that's a real thing. And it's kind of bad for rabbits to eat carrots because of that. Real talk, do not feed your bunnies carrots. It's actually bad for them, despite what popular fiction likes to portray. I know that's crazy, thinking that popular fiction might be misleading you. But it's true. Ooh. What we really need, though, Crazy Horse, is a source of ebony. Yeah, or cats and milk. I actually don't know, Yura. Although I do know sweet potatoes are really good for you. Listen, I've played Morrow in Crazy Horse, and I know that ebony is just molten magma. I'll be honest, I'm actually pretty picky when it comes to sweet potatoes. I actually prefer regular old potatoes. But I love me some sweet potatoes. It's just regular potatoes are even better. Listen, all I'm saying, favorite potato dish? Ooh. Twice baked potatoes certainly comes towards the top of my mind. But, and here's the way in which I'm really a mutant freak. I prefer the skins. Like, don't mistake me, the starch in the middle is fine, but the skins of the potato, oh, that's where it gets good. Having said that, it's also pretty easy to screw up the skin. So don't do that either. Get it saved in a minute. You know, I just noticed in our previous playthrough, we only died 3 times. I do not like potato mochi. I think. Oh yeah, I never actually showed off this room. Sorry. So, as is appropriate for the Mario room, naturally we have mushrooms. Excuse me. Eggs. Another cutting board. Some scissors for some reason. A letter. Oh yeah, we have the cutscene coming up. We've also got a portrait of Marin and Taran, as well as a portrait of Marin. And a portrait of the... I think for some reason. Some sand from the beach, some more driftwood, a palm tree. Flowers. This is actually one of the simpler ones, weirdly. Why would you clean something before you eat it, Crazy Horse? God. Guys, I think Crazy Horse is one of those weird Nordic people who cleans food. Do it again. never eaten avocado bark, no. I do eat kiwi bark as a regular policy, though. Like, when I eat a kiwi, I'll just... Power-ups either double your damage or have your damage taken. Oh, Laura, I'm glad you found this place. Will you stay and talk to me for a while? No! I wonder where these coconut trees come from. Parent says there's nothing beyond the sea, which is debatably true. But I believe there must be something over there. When I discovered you, Lore, my heart skipped a beat. I thought this person has come to give us a message. If I was a seagull, I would fly as far as I could. I would fly to faraway places and sing for many people. If I wish to the windfish, I wonder if my dream will come true. Are you listening? Laura, are you listening to me? No. I want to know everything about you. The walrus wants me to go to? Alright, let's go. And yeah, like I said earlier, this was... You caught Marin. Is this your big chance? As I mentioned earlier, this was the first Zelda game to have deliberate in-game cutscenes. You could argue that some of the previous ones did, but they just weren't in the same format and the same style. This was the first attempt to really have that kind of storytelling. But the thing that I think a lot of developers have made the same mistake of over the years, and I know this because we just talked about this when it came to the Metroid series, is they feel... I feel like they were so restrained for so long that when they finally had the technology and the budget to make cutscenes, they way overcompensated. Like, just... FF13, you know? When the cutscenes themselves sort of became the point. And of course, the obvious example of Other M, which has, I remind you, hours of cutscenes on it. Metal Gear Solid 3 has a decent amount of gameplay in it, I would say. But I am biased because I actually like the gameplay of that game. Now, Metal Gear Solid 4 also has gameplay, but the ratio... Oh, poor head, stop that. Do it! Do it! Do it more! No, it's nothing. I didn't mean it. Hi. Is this nothing? Okay, nothing there. I actually have a theory about this. So, this is pure analysis. No real, like, interview or Hyrule Historia or canon to fall back on here. But it's very likely that Marin didn't exist until we came here. I'm sure some of the other denizens of this world existed, but Marin, who it's repeatedly mentioned as a dead ringer for Zelda, is probably part of our dream. And in many ways is probably kind of a reflection of Link's own feelings for the Zelda of this particular timeline. I bring that up because not only does it explain a lot of her emotional attachment to Link and vice versa, but it also kind of explains certain things, like the more you do, the more she tends to emulate you, which makes sense if she's your dream. So even that little thing with the chicken right there makes a weird amount of sense if you think about it. Now the question is she a real person or not? Ah, you're a bad boy. Right. That's a little bit more debatable. In fact, it's a lot more debatable. It depends on how much droid effect has occurred over the course of a fairly small period of time, all things considered. Having said that, Marin probably has the most evidence as actually turning into someone who becomes sentient, as opposed to most of the others who, frankly, never develop in any substantial way. And honestly, probably were here long before Link ever showed up. So that's a judgment call. Can I try this? Yeah, sure, here you go. So you actually cannot make the crane game go down. And yet she hacks the system somehow. Like seriously, it's right and up. You're good. You're a pro, aren't you? Well, beat it. Pros aren't allowed in here. Oh, also remember that the Zelda, excuse me, that this is based off of, is the same Zelda who is in Zelda 2. So, she's still out there and active. I don't know if she's actually asleep at this point in time. I don't think she is, though. I think that's a little bit further down the timeline. Whoops, I didn't mean to go in there. Demise. What's the worst thing that Zelda canon has ever been entered to Zelda canon? Demise. Still can't afford it. My husband is lost in the mountains. He must be starving. Nah, he's fine. That's a good point, Memory. After Groznygrad, you're right. It just becomes a lot less video gamey. And then there's like a very clear and demonstrable final boss. And then there's another stealth section, which is extremely badly paced and would probably deserve a negative if we got there. And then, of course, you know, the actual final boss. Yeah, no kidding, Jalito. They also tried to retcon it in both of the Zelda books that Demise is behind every single villain in the entire franchise. And it's like... No. Like, Malladus from Spirit Tracks did not need to have Demise connected to him for any reason. That doesn't add anything. That doesn't change anything. It doesn't improve anything. Yeah, it's just... why? Or Vati. Yeah, Vati was an influence of Demise. Why? We know Vati's motivation. I'm not going to cover it right now. But we'll get there when we get to Minish Cap. Thank you, Wenlock. I'll put that towards the BRPG block. Satisfactory. And FF16. Are there any interactions I'm missing with Marin? Hang on, let me double check really quick. And you are very wrong, Talia. And I'll talk about it when we get there. If there's a reason why one of the best Zelda games ever made, which is Four Swords, is not particularly well known, it's because it was so badly marketed that a lot of people had no idea what kind of game it was. Including me. I bought it because I had the GBA cable and 4 friends. And then I discovered quite by accident it's a single-player game, which doesn't need to be controlled by a GBA. In fact, it's a really, really good single-player Zelda. I honestly think it'll be in the running for beating LTTP and Link Between Worlds. But anyways. Okay, Great. Dig it. Dig it! Dig to the center of the earth! Honestly, I love LTTP to death, but I think it will only be the 3rd best of the top-downs. Let's go. Yeah, that's another thing. Technically, there's 2 games named Four Swords. There's Four Swords, which we're not playing because it's not a real game. And then there's Four Swords Adventures, which is absolutely a real game. We'll be playing that one. Actually, that might be fastest. Oh, yeah. So they said every Zelda in the future would be a blood descendant of Skyward Zelda. That's pretty stupid, honestly. That's true. It's the worst game ever made, Blue Elf Alex. I don't know what I was thinking. Sorry. Snarky. I apologize. Words. We'll just do this one. Dissidia. One of the only times they made the Final Fantasies connect and actually make it make sense. And even there's a really big asterisk to that. You want me to go in there? No. I think I'll wait out here. Take care of yourself. I don't hate Zelda 1. I hate Second Quest. Zelda 1 scored a -30 without Second Quest, which is actually pretty good, especially for a game that came out in 1986. Thanks, Mark. Let's see, what else we got here? If you exit a dungeon at low health, she'll actually react differently there. Forgive me for not actually doing that. I mean, that's your prerogative, but -30 is not particularly bad, in my book. I've covered a lot worse than -30. In fact, I've covered -200 and somethings. I've covered a -300 game. That's hate. You have to go way down there to get to hate for me. No, it's fine, Crazy Horse. It's fine. Everything's cool. We're all cool. So we got the well. The dresser. It's right here. I don't know why I was going some other way. Lord, do you always look at other people's drawers? Well, yeah. Speaking of which, come here. Oh, I can't pick her up. Oh, good morning, Braven. Yeah, exactly, Rex. -30 is problematic. Just like +30 is alright. I don't know what it is. There it is. Whew, what a surprise. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay, Laura? Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks, Martin. I mean, if a game got negative 30 score, yeah, that would be pretty bad at that point. That'd be a little different. Ugh. Don't I have to? Yeah, I think I do. Even then, though, I've covered worse. One of the things that this job has taught me is that it always can go down. We have broken the floor on worst game multiple times. We almost did again, very recently. In Starfield. Ugh. Little Marin, welcome. Oh, shucks, you're here too, sorry. What? What do you mean, I'm here too? It's her, it's little Marin. They're all just repeating. All right, we're good. We're good. Let's move on. Let's move on. What do you mean, Vandalia? I mean, a lot of people think that Ride to Hell Retribution is going to break the floor again. Oh, shut up for a sec. He certainly woke with a start. Oh, he's calling me. The same as always. Lore, I'm gonna go to the animal village. Please drop by, okay? Look, that walrus was in my way. Whoa, immediate environmental change. Some people think Ride to Hell Retribution will actually be able to beat Secret of the Stars. I'm honestly not sure it will. We'll find out when we get there. I have no way of predicting that, obviously. Oh, yeah, obviously, Vendali. Sorry. I didn't understand what you were saying. Yeah, we've also broken the ceiling several times. In fact, I believe it was last year we reviewed our new best top game of the year like 3 times in a row. See you around, Evo. Older seal. Yeah, Secret of the Stars is, as much as I tried very hard to make that run fun, is a very unfun game. Just top to bottom. No joy, no memes, just awful. And yeah, honestly, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I don't think FF6 or Chrono Trigger can beat StarCraft 2. I would kind of like it if they did, I'm not going to lie to you, but I don't think they can. Sea Bear's Foam, Sleep Bear's Dream, both end the same way. Crash! Yeah, Portal 2 reigned for a minute there. Hi, Deckfish. There's a lot of skeletons down here, too. Personally, I think those are also part of Link's stream. Not that the distinction really matters. That being said, I look forward to judging how many negatives we give the sex scenes in Ride to Hell Retribution. Not because they're sex scenes, but because of everything else. The animation, the music, the camera, the disjointed nature of them, the buggy nature of them, the fact that they're fully clothed, the dead eyes as they're doing it, with no expression whatsoever. And of course, my personal favorite, the fact that they are treated as trophies to be collected, which, I'll be blunt, is not great. And yeah, there will definitely be some so bad it's good on the table when it comes to Right Now Retribution. 100%. They're so wonderfully disjointed, too. For those of you who have not seen my Ride to Hell Retribution run, first of all, please go watch it. I spent a lot of effort on that run. But second of all, it was a lore run, too. But second of all, the way those sex scenes work is, just picture this. Okay, so picture Link is like, alright, I'm up here. And then, oh my god, there's a woman! Oh, I'll save you. Beat the bad guy. And then, without any noticeable transition, there's just a jump smash cut, and then they're having sex. And then there's a smash cut, and then we're right back here as if nothing happened, except the woman is now gone. Please, you're only getting in the way. I like the propeller. That's true. We usually save the woman in question from a man who is demanding sex from her, and therefore gets sex for having done so. Because of the incredible logic involved in that statement. I'm particularly unfond of using the word offensive, because I think it's massively overused and misused in the modern society. But no, the sex things in which RTH, excuse me, are offensive. They're just hilariously terrible, in addition to being offensive. Alright, chill, Pangolin. There's the angler key. And yeah, Ride to Hell Retribution will almost guaranteed get at least one so bad it's good positive. We have a precedence for that. I don't know how many it will get, because the thing is, speaking as one of the only people in the world who's actually beaten that game, I think there's, what, like 3 of us? The funny parts of the game are all towards the beginning of the game. And then it starts to drag, and then it goes from being bad funny to bad boring. The quality of the game actually goes down over time, if you can freaking believe it. Almost at the bow. So yeah, at a certain point, I don't think it'll keep getting those particular positives. The shape of the key shows a fish swimming up a cascade of water. Go to the mountain waterfall. A leap from the top, and you will finish your goal. I mean, I'm sure the only people who actually played and beat that game are people like me who did it for content. I'm pretty sure anybody who actually played that game was like, oh my god! I know, right, Bregman? If this was Castlevania 2, that would be a bullcrap hint. But instead, no, really, go jump off a cliff. Okay. I'll go jump off a cliff. Actually, I warped to the wrong spot, didn't I? Yeah, I did. We've only done it a couple of times, Blue Felix. It's obviously really subjective. Let me try to think of one that we haven't done that for that I might give that to, other than Right Now Retribution. Resident Evil 1 might qualify, although I suppose that depends on the version. You know the one that has that live action opening? I don't remember which version that is. Someone can help me out with that, but... Oh god, imagine if they added the durability problem to this game. Okay, PS1 version, there you go. Live action cutscene is great. I remember the first time I ever saw it, I legitimately thought a friend of mine was playing a joke on me. The guy I was showing, he was my roommate at the time. And I actually thought he was playing some other game or some kind of made-up thing. Or something he pulled off the internet. And I just was like, no. But where's the actual game? And he's like, no, this is the actual game. Uh-huh. Where's the actual game? I know you're stuck up there. I'll get you in a minute. Actor I can see playing Link in real life. Chris Pratt. That's a joke. It's a joke. And yeah, you're right. I actually forgot to use the key. Which Link? You know what? Actually, that's a valid question. Which Link? I would find that funny, but I would probably resolve not to watch that film. I actually rather like Tom Holland. I think he's a talented actor, but I don't think he's a Link. He has a really specific niche that he's really good at. And otherwise, he tends to fail whenever he tries to get outside of that comfort zone, in my opinion. No judgment. A lot of actors have their niches, right? New timeline. You know what? I agree with you, Blue Alex. So, new Link. I will go ahead and freely admit I've always preferred Link to be an adult rather than a child, so let's start from that presumption. You open the thing. Okay, I'm gonna get crap for this. Like, everyone in chat's gonna hate me for this one. But I swear I'm not trolling. I think he would actually be a good Link. Adam Driver. Adam Driver, first of all, is a really good actor. Let's just start with that. That was my first requirement. Is whoever's doing it has to be someone who's actually solid, who really knows what they're doing. That was requirement number one for me mentally. Second of all, he can be both serious and silly alongside itself. so he can handle some of the more quirky, zany moments. And when, you know, his uncle dies right in front of him, and he has to then take up the sword and fight to survive against knights who are trying to kill him, I think he can manage that as well. Yeah, Kylo Ren being his breakout role probably didn't do him any favors. I also think he could add the necessary nuance. I think Adam Driver can act without having to use his words, which is pretty important. Everyone's saying he's too old. I'm just going to disagree with that. But then again, I already gave my opinion on that. I mean, even Tom Holland isn't exactly young anymore. I like that earlier idea. Who would play Ganon? Well, obviously Dwayne Johnson. I'm joking. I'm joking. I shouldn't do that. Let's see. So who do we have playing as Ganon, and who do we have playing as Link? Exactly, Dakota. If you've ever seen a good performance from a young actor, it's because of their director. That's not even a joke. Really talented directors can pull a good performance out of anybody. I remember hating this exact section right here because of constantly having to switch, equip the boots, switch, equip the boots, you know, every time. If we're doing a movie version, we could probably do Ganondorf and Ganon. I've always thought that the juxtaposition of the two works pretty well, personally. So, we would need someone who walks around as Ganondorf, and then at the end of the film, they would have to voice Ganon. Now... No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. I had a thought, but nobody would like that. He's too white, is the problem. Josh Brolin could probably manage it, although, if I'm being honest, he'd basically just be playing Thanos again. Benedict Cumberbatch. I've seen Benedict Cumberbatch play both types of characters. I've seen him play a Ganondorf, and I've seen him playing a Ganon. And in both, that's why I thought of him. In both roles, he managed to excel. But he's very white. I don't believe so. No, Chill Pangolin. Whoops, I went the wrong way, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Jason Momoa. That's a strange one. I don't think I'd tap him for Ganon. Jason Momoa... I don't want to say he's a bad actor, because he's obviously not. But he does better when he's playing a more... yeah, exactly, Winlock. He's better when he's being a goofball. Whether he's a good goofball or an evil goofball, he's much better at being a goofball. Like, Jason Momoa is actually really good at being that kind of ridiculous. It's honestly probably one of his best acting traits, in my opinion. And I just can't picture that for Ganon. So that's why I hesitated, Blade of All. It's like, I'm trying not to go with joke answers, Trihexia. Dave Bautista, I haven't seen in, like, anything other than the MCU. That's why I keep hesitating on that one. Oh, you're being serious? No. Dwayne Johnson absolutely does not have the acting chops to do anything on that level. And also, he's kind of a dick, so screw him. Oh yeah, we have to use Zendaya for some reason. I don't know, we'll figure that out. She can play Impa, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Ah! Gee, oh, personal space there. Personal space. Jesus. Zendaya is Noburu. She's too young. There, holy crap. No! Okay. No, John Cena would play Groose. Think about it. Groose is just up. And his name is Groose! Bum, ba, da, bum. Schwarzenegger's too old to act anymore. I've seen some of his latest stuff. He's lost his edge. By the way, I say that as someone who was actually a fan of Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the day. You know, when he was more on his game. I got a lot of flack for that opinion back in the day, too. Then again, I think the same thing about Sylvester Stallone, so what the hell do I know? I've heard good stuff about Tulsa King. I haven't watched it myself, but I have heard good stuff. How was he as a governor? Not a Trump supporter. Which may or may not say something about his quality. The thing about Arnold Schwarzenegger... Yeah, exactly. The thing about Schwarzenegger is he was always a better comedic actor than serious actor. Most of the roles which he really excelled in was the joke ones, like True Lies, Twins, and Kindergarten Cop. There you go, 3 examples right there. He reminds me in many ways of William Shatner, who has the exact same thing. Shatner is just so much better of an actor when he's doing comedy. But anyways, let's assume age is somehow magically not a thing, so we can just pull any actor from any era. Actually, yeah, Crazy Norse, that's a good way to put that. Before things got a little bit too radicalized. No comment. Michael Clark Duncan as Ganondorf. Actually, if you remember Vandalia, he was primarily comedic in Terminator 2. That's the point, Anarchomachus. If we're ignoring time, if we could just pull someone out from wherever, then Michael Clark Duncan's not exactly a bad pick there. Oh yeah, Jingle All the Way, which is a better movie than it has any right to be. Note that that's not the same as me calling it good. It's just better than it has any right to be. Oh, I love Last Action Hero, and consequently also a comedic role for Schwarzenegger. Also, probably my favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger film overall, Last Action Hero. Great film. The only one that challenges that for me is probably True Lies. I don't know of anybody who doesn't like Last Action Hero. What I do know, there's quite a few people who didn't see it in the theaters because the film was horrifically sabotaged in its initial release, and so sold awful when it came out. It's a very Princess Bride kind of a situation. I mean, Charles Dance was great in Last Action Hero. But then again, name something Charles Dance isn't great in. Go ahead, I'll wait. Anyway, so, okay, so we've kind of got a link. Whoa, 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 whoa. And we definitely have a, or no, sorry, we definitely have a link. We kind of have a Ganondorf. Who do we pick for our Zelda? Ah! The flippers! Oh, thank God. We're no longer water soluble. No more drowning, everyone. Sorry. Ironically, nowadays I'm more used to voice actresses than I am actresses. So I have to think about that for a minute. Original story. New continuity. Vandalia. It's its own thing. Yes, we have finally gotten the ability to swim. My first pick for a Zelda would be someone who's an actual character. I know that might actually be asking a lot. Come on, game. There we go. Jesus. I mean, yeah, Javez, but the point is we want an actress who can, you know, go in that direction. Both, ideally, Deckfish. Hey, Grand Spectre. How's your day going? It will live with us forever. Link drowning. I also don't know anything that Hunter Schafer's in, so I don't know her quality as an actress. See, that doesn't narrow it down on Arkham Axis. They all have Zendaya. Yeah, I don't know what Euphoria is, sorry. Now, is that me commenting on the TV show you're referencing? Or just a general commentary on life in general? There is no joy in my soul. Only endless death. I'm not a huge fan of Jennifer Lawrence. She's not a bad actress, she's just not someone that I would probably cast for a project like this. Almost there for the bow. I've got it. We're just gonna put Rai Okami. She's gonna be our Zelda. No, that's it. I've just decided. That's it. Or at least the blob side too. She's the woman who played Zelda in the Link to the Past theater, and did a really good job of it, managing most of the nuances I required of a character who has very few lines, and therefore needed to do as much as she could to characterize herself in just a few scenes. That's a hard task, and she did a really good job of it. Make that happen in this version. Okay, whoop. Would we have Navi? I could see a Navi being there. As long as she's not played by... God, I can't think of her name. Tinkerbell's actress in Hulk. I don't know who that is, JFS, I'm sorry. Julia Roberts, thank you. Still don't actually know who that is, JFS. I'm guessing it's a Phase 5 thing. Now we have everything. Let's go. Let's see. Looks like... No, we don't. We're still missing a key somewhere. Unless we don't need it? I mean, a lot of the LTTP cast did a really good job with their roles. I'm particularly fond of the gentleman who voiced Link. Did a great job. One of the best actors of our time, clearly. I cast Talia as? Let's use a direct question like that. Okay, so I've already been through here, and this leads there, which I don't want to be there. I want to be there, which means I have to go there, which means I need a key. Where am I missing a key? Actually, I don't think it is Dakota. I think it was ported into the original from LTTP. But don't quote me on that. Alright, Compass, don't fail me. Flicker. Flicker somewhere, please. Oh, I know where it is. Duh. Never went down to collect it. Probably because we needed the flippers to collect it. You know, honestly, Talia, my first thought for you is Groose. Assuming we had a Groose. Yeah, no, I think you do a good job with Groose. Random? Ooh. I would ask Random. God. He prefers silly roles. Which is funny, because he's played 2 villains so far and done a really good job with both of them. Oh, no, you're right, Talia. You're now Beetle. Food. And various other things. This is actually one of the easiest bosses in the game, which is a bit of a shame, because it's such an innovative one. But that's probably why it's so easy. Like, the original version of this was, honestly, like, the fact that they got it working at all is kind of crazy. My first thought for you, Blade Tafal, is Link's uncle, assuming we keep him. It's a role that actually Dream Whisperer handled, and did a good job with. The bay. Yeah, now that we can swim, your road goes into the bay. The Michael Bay! Good night, Duckfish. Have good sleeps. Or else. I am Manbo, child of the sunfish. Do you have an ocarina? Yeah! You don't have an ocarina, so screw off. Okay. Just checking the waterfalls, don't mind me. Couldn't remember if there's anything there. No, I take it back. I would probably have you play one of the Knights of Hyrule. Probably one of the cursed Knights of Hyrule, like all. Someone who has been cursed specifically by Ganon or Aghanim or Ganondorf or whoever. That is some pretty water, by the way. Can I just say that? I know, it's no Starfield. I think it looks nice. Alright, now we have to go help the mermaid. See, the mermaid can't help us enter the next dungeon because she's stuck under the water because she's lost her bra. So we have to get her bra back so she can, you know, be decent. Obviously, none of that exists in this version. Because you can see into the water, because it's water, it's clear. So, when I was swimming in the bay, the waves took a very important necklace from around my neck. You find it, I'll let you take a scale from my tail. I do like tail scales. Hey, Spartan. I am having fun. Thank you for asking. I suppose that's fair, Pyro. I was debating what other word I would use. Because the problem is, I can't think of what other word I would use. Clever use of existing mechanics? Usually I think of that as innovative, but I suppose that isn't really innovative. So we'll just go with creative and leave it at that. Where are we at? Whoops. while we're here. Let's see what the phone tells us to do. Hey, being haunted by a ghost? Take where he wants to go. Where do you want to go? You got it, Crazy Norse. But I get to pick which part of skin, okay? Nostalgia, unchanged. Zelda 1 is perfect in every way. Except for second quest. God, that game. Enough. Cemetery. Take me to my grave. Well, okay. Pull out sword. Okay, so we did that. That goes there. I guess we can do that right now. Let's do that right now. That was great, Bella. I love me some Reddit memes. Okay, so double check. What's up? Duh. Pay attention, Laura. Excuse me. I accept that. Actually, fun fact, in Link's Awakening, there is no Z-axis. They fake a Z-axis, but there isn't actually a real Z-axis there. The only reason I even bring that up is because in the Oracle's games, they actually did just program in a Z-axis. And it kind of changes a few very specific things about the jump and how it operates. Thank you. A jar for you. Put something inside. And he's dead. We can hold the fairy now. It's been some time since our paths crossed, lad. We must dive into the waters of Martha's Bay to enter Catfish's maw. The closer you get to Windfish, the more restless he sleeps. Carry onward. I thought it wasn't even that pyro, although I could be wrong. I'm specifically referring to how the jump operated. Not the fact that there was, like, the upper layer and then the lower layer stuff. Although I know some speedrunners have done some interesting things with that, with the original Game Boy version. Okay, I mean, bottles are pretty legit in Zelda games. I'm not going to complain about getting a bottle. Oh yeah, we never actually got this warp point. We should do that. Or not? Interesting thing, they never really up her attack power, but they never really need to. Which, once again, ties into the better combat and difficulty balancing. Unlike, say, Zelda 2, which pretty much mandated, you've been leveling your sword, right? Hey, Lunaruth. Good afternoon, evening, night, dinner, supper. So for all intents and purposes, morning, Lunaruth. I can accept that. What does the Lunaruth spell do? There's an interesting thought. Just reminding myself there, don't mind me. I believe, yep, that is also one. The Lunaruth spell gets her cast in a roll. Get it? But if I had to put Lunaruth in a Zelda movie... I mean, she did a really good job of the one half of the Twin Robo, I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Ow. And I say one half because I can never remember which one's which. One's Katake and one's Kome. I made one of them insane and one of them malicious. I don't remember which is which. You were the insane one. Yes. Can confirm. That would be nice, Javez, although at this point... Okay. I mean, you did do a really good job of the extremely non-evil angel. I mean, if during the Direct, which is probably happening in like 2 weeks, by the way, there's a non-zero chance that we will actually have a Nintendo Direct while we're still going through the Zeldas. But anyways, if the Nintendo Direct in a few weeks here actually is like, hey, new Zelda games on the Switch, I'm just gonna laugh. Those are... I mean, at that point, surely they're gonna have backwards compatibility, right? Right? I actually saw a news site recently that says backwards compatibility on the Switch 2 confirmed by a rumor that's being pushed out by a leak. Uh-huh. So we need to, you know, figure out how that person... We need to get that person a dictionary and explain what confirms means. No, this is faster. Okay. Sorry, just double checking. Yep, it's confirmed. There is a rumor. God, at this point, Talia, that's quite possible. Look, I'm not willing to put off the Switch streams for another year. Put them off long enough. Although, that being said, there's a couple of asterisks there. How do I prove I'm not AI? true. If I raise my hand and I've got 6 fingers on my left hand, that means several things. Got it. Which of these pictures contain a cycle? Can't tell. I can't tell. One moment, please. Got it. Also, that's actually, unironically, one of my favorite scenes in that movie. There's 2 other scenes that I think are better. That's up there. Alright, playing Super Metroid. But wait, for real. Hang on, just real quick. I can prove I'm not an AI. Let me just pull this here. Ahem. I think is the best way to get rid of it and make it more effective for your plants and plants and plants and plants to grow and grow in the future, and not just in the future, but in the future. If you want to plant in the future, you can plant in the same way you want to do it, and then you can plant it in the future, or you can plant them in the future so you can plant more and more plants and plants, and then you have to get rid of the bugs and stuff, and then you have to do the same thing. AI generation. All right. What was I doing? Okay. Okay. I'm okay. Everything's okay. Yeah, that's the predictive text thing. I've found some hilarity by just letting the predictive text do its thing. It can get stuck in some interesting loops. I did actually see that on Arkham Axis. Truly, we are in the darkest timeline. That, oh shoot. Hang on. Music, please. Do this jump. There we go. Honestly, it's kind of like the new Mad Libs, isn't it? I will freely admit I used to love Mad Libs. In fact, I've even done a Mad Lib on camera once, and then everyone in the audience thought it was stupid. Sadness. Thank you for the sub very, very much, as always. Ad-lib political debates. I do agree those used to be funny. Okay, so... That's going towards FF16, Civilization 6, and Live Alive R. R. There we go. You can type. Yeah, I got a whole book of Mad Libs that I was going to share on camera just periodically, and people were like, that's dumb, so I just sort of stopped. Interesting. Well, this is the 4 skull, so we're going to need the 4 sword to deal with that, obviously. We have one way to go right now, so yeah, let's do it. So, Switch 2 launch titles. We've obviously got Metroid Prime 4, that's a gimme. There is a non-zero chance that the Metroid 3D team, the Mario 3D team is working on a new 3D Mario. For those of you not aware, and I only found this out pretty recently, like a few months ago, there are two amongst core Nintendo, there are 2 development teams. One who handles 2D Marios and one who handles 3D Marios. And the 3D Mario team hasn't been doing anything, wink wink, since the release of Odyssey. Obviously, we'll see some ports. That's almost a gimme at this point. For those ports to be worthwhile, they're probably going to have some kind of extra gimmicks. Which means, whatever it is that the Switch 2 comes with as its stupid gimmick, because there's always a stupid gimmick, will be what those ports get added to it. I also wouldn't be surprised if they're working on a new Zelda, although I think that will not be a launch title. I think that'll be a little bit later. We know they're working on a new Zelda. Keep giving me arrows for the bow I still haven't earned. Although we can actually afford the bow, finally. I should do that after this. No, come on! Death to slime. Again, I think a lot of this depends on what the gimmick of the next console is. Because they love their gimmicks. Every Nintendo console since, honestly, the GameCube has had a gimmick. That was strange. What do I want to see in the next Zelda? Good dungeon design would be nice. Also, conversely, dungeon design would be nice as well. You can destroy a skeleton with your sword, try using a bomb. Yeah, thanks, game. Here we go. Round 1. It's Ambi. wouldn't mind a couple of proper remakes, but honestly... they'd probably just be remasters, like this one. Which is fine. I can't beat you. I'm out of here. To be continued. So, here's a question for you in chat. You have the power to magically make a proper remaster of any Zelda game. Which one do you pick? And by definition, by being proper, it is good. So, don't worry about the quality. I've got what was inside this box. Come get it if you can! Master Stolfos. What a nice fellow. See, now I'm kind of torn on my own question. You know me, I tend to think in terms of which one I think needs it the most. But it also has to be one that, you know, has some meat on its bones already. So it probably means one of the older ones, one way or the other. Well, I've never played Kid Icarus 2, or excuse me, 3, Talia said. I didn't know Kid Icarus 2 even existed until, like, last week, Talia said, so don't put too much stock into that. Honestly, as much as I hate to answer this because it is just such a default answer, someone in chat, I don't remember who, tell me. Zelda 2. Most, I think there's plenty of Zeldas that could use a proper remaster and touch up to modern systems. But Zelda 2 is probably the most unique one and the one that, well, obviously needs it the most. Zelda 1, LTTP, those games have more modern versions of them. We have Four Swords Adventures, we have Link Between Worlds, we have the game I'm playing right now, and the Oracle's games. Yeah, Zelda 2 feels like the game that really needs it the most. And again, deserves it the most. Yeah, before you ask, no, I do not own Kid Icarus 2. It's a Game Boy game, if I'm remembering correctly. Either way, I'm guessing Hades is the villain in Kid Icarus 2. 3, excuse me. Definitely remaster, Pyro. Purely the domain of the remaster. We've kind of left the age of proper remakes when it comes to Nintendo games. Our chance for that was back in the GBA era. Weird dungeon song. will free you of your torment, Mr. Goomba. Yeah, the Redux, Deludo. We mentioned that earlier. Of course. Now, hang on. So let's change the question up. Obviously, one of the older games, or one of the more abandoned games, needs a proper remake more. But if you could just pick your favorite Zelda that you just want a proper remake of, which one would you pick? One that may or may not necessarily need a proper remake, but one that you really want to have. A noble name. Hey, Korgoth. One moment, please. Honestly, I think I would probably pick LTTP. LTTP is a perfectly good game, as is. And I stand by that. Whoa! Oh, that works. But again, that's sort of the point of the question, right? Whoops. Do that. Either way, thank you, Korgoth, for the sub. Always. Yeah, Zero Mission or, like, the Gen 1 remakes for Pokemon is kind of the direction I'm thinking when it comes to remake, excuse me, remake. Part of the reason I asked this second question, though, is here's the deal. Most of us can agree that games that need remakes are usually older ones, or ones that have more problematic, or ones that are more experimental. Ahead of their time kind of stuff, right? We can also agree that those are the kind of games that don't get remakes. For whatever reason, studios seem to only want to remake games that are already good, already popular, and already available. They do this because companies like safe bets, and so they want something that they know everyone's going to buy. So instead of remaking, you know, Code Veronica or anything like that, they remake Resident Evil 4. To use one example of that. Yeah, they want the guarantee. So that's the point of the second question. You have to pick a game that's good now, that doesn't really need a remake, but it's the one that's more likely to actually get greenlit. Hence LTTP for me. What am I doing? It did a noble name. And that's after absolutely burying it in negatives for the second half of the game. No, actually, Korgoth, believe it or not. The Ultima series. Who owns the rights to the Ultima games these days? Because, like, Lord British bowed out of game development years and years ago. Richard Garriott. Is it EA? Well, actually, that might happen someday. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. If there's one Zelda game that would be a guaranteed greenlit immediately, it would be Ocarina. You're a real pesky kid, you know that? Oh, sorry. You're a really pesky kid, you know that? Why are you wearing a pink tutu? Yeah, I know that, you remember when the 3DS launched and it wasn't really good? Well, like, its launch wasn't good, I mean. Not the 3DS wasn't good. It had very, very few titles, but you know what it did have? Ocarina 3DS. Which is pretty much the reason people bought a 3DS when it came out. I will include myself in that bundle. Yeah, by the way, we're definitely not playing Triforce Heroes. In fact, I think that's technically a vetoed game, because I think I can't play through all the way solo. If I can, well, I definitely have no interest in it. I also don't own it. So that leads to there, which we can't do anything with yet. That leads there, which we can't do anything yet. Alright, tell you what, Korgoth. I'll ban you immediately. I'm sure there's a step 2 there. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. I mean, the idea of buying a console for a game is a really old concept. Goes back a ways. There's even a term for it, which I can't remember off the top of my head. But, you know, console movers, right? GTA 3. Actually, weirdly enough, Animal Crossing was that for the Switch, too. No offense to Animal Crossing, but, like, that one weirds me out a bit, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind a Wind Waker touch-up. There's a lot you could do with the naval combat that they didn't, since the overwhelming majority of naval combat is just, you know, not. It's... Hell, most of the naval gameplay in Wind Waker is just padding. It's just, you know, going from point A to point B. Killer apps, that was it. We did have the Wii U remaster, which did polish up quite a few features of the game, which is why that's the version of the game we're going to be playing. I do, actually, fella. Damn, wrong one. I should label that as such. So this is another one of those. That's an interesting question, Crazy Norse. In what way? As in, how did it change it, I suppose, is what I'm really asking. Some bombs over here. Oh, gotcha. That's not what I thought you meant at all. See, I thought you were referring to, you know, a loss leader, which is what most game consoles have been for the history of the ever. In fact, it was considered a bold and dangerous move by, I can't remember his name, back in the 90s, to try and sell consoles in a way to actually make money on the consoles. Spoilers, that didn't work. Either way, Microsoft dumping companies and studios in order to cancel out debt because people have come calling, and debtors are starting to make a bit of a fuss and a bit of noise, doesn't really have anything to do with loss leading, in my opinion. It does have to do with terribleness. I've been up there and I don't remember where the damn thing is. It's not there and it's not there and it's not there. And it's not there, so it has to be that one. But why is it that one? That makes no sense. Whatever. Yeah, I remember when they were like, here's the new PS3, it's $600, and everyone was like, are you high? It's one of those weird things, because there is obviously a lot of cost involved in making a console, but the problem is, that doesn't matter. Most of the people who have money to buy those consoles don't really have that kind of money to buy those consoles. I mean, if the Switch 2 is like $600, I'll be like, no. I don't know about you all. At absolute most, I might write that off as a tax expense for, you know, the show. But even that, man. I have seen people claim the exact same thing, Crazy Norse, but nothing credible to the effect. Also, thank you, Korgoth. If I ever need to prove I'm not a Nintendo fanboy, there's my result. The Switch 2 comes out, it's $600. No. I actually got my PS3 for $100. You got the hook shot. Freaking finally. We got Dompe's stretching, shrinking keepsake. Probably screwed up pronouncing that, because apparently I can't pronounce words today. The most I'd fork over for a Switch 2 is probably about $300, and even that's only because it's my job. That is a tax write-off at that point. If not for that, if I was just buying it for myself, probably closer to $150. And yeah, I know that's low, and I don't care. I don't make that much money. I am not that well off. And the economy kind of sucks right now. And there's other reasons that that's a terrible thing, so yeah, no. It's true, we could get the boomerang. Although it's not as OP in this version. It is still strong, it's just not, like, ridiculous like it was in the original. Independent contractors. That's terrible, Talia. Yeah, no, exactly, Blue Off Alex. That would be a buy it on sale years down the road, just like the PS3 I just referenced. Well, I bought my PS3 in 2012, I want to say. Something like that. You got a key. I mean, yeah, let's be very, very clear. For those of you not aware, independent contractor is just a not particularly clever way to bypass legality about workers' protections. That's it. That's all. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. The scalper situation is going to suck. Like, pretty hard. And as a fresh reminder, scalpers can go directly to hell. And they can just stay there. They can just enjoy hell for a while. Yeah, my biggest worry about getting a Switch 2 is the scalpers, 100%. Hi, Czar. Hello, Yada. I don't have a bow. No, Korgoth. Okay, hookshot works. I was just about to try that anyway, so. I do wonder if they expect me to have, you know, either the colon sword or the bow or something at this point, because I super don't. Okay. I probably should go do the color dungeon at some point. Not that I remember where it is. Yeah, you collect seashells or you do the color dungeon. Or I guess both. I'd never heard of the Saddam Hussein argument, though. I've heard a lot of freaking terrorist arguments over the years, but not that one. Now we have a stun, too, so that's nice. Yeah, I've seen better traversal. Hookshot is definitely going to help. But yeah, just walking... Blade Traval mentioned this earlier, too. Walking is just kind of whatever. It's very much walk, walk, walk. Yes, the rupee cap actually goes up. How's that for a while? Well, it's not too bad in some of the dungeons. I think this might be the first dungeon where it's really egregious to Dakota. God dang, Cyclone. There's the boss key. Excuse me, the nightmare key. Also known as the Ross key. It's funny, this is the Catfish's Maw, but it's actually the Hookshot dungeon. Let's go get rid of that. Oh. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, this game is probably going to score well. Try to be surprised. The map is incredible. It's pretty much the exact same style of map overall as Breath of the Wild, and thus really, really good for pretty much the exact same reason. I swear they also did some cross-pollination with Metroid Dread, because it shares a lot of similarities with that, too. Jesus, Pyro. Yeah, fun fact, I never got a PS2. Now, I own a PS2, but I didn't buy it. That was actually a gift from Gary. See, as Pyro just kind of hinted at, getting a PS2 back in the day was a thing. Not as bad as getting a Wii, but it was pretty bad. And I wasn't doing super well financially at that point in my life. So the idea of buying a new console was just completely off the table. So I would just borrow his copy, which is the copy I still have, as it happens. That is that copy. It's one of the big old blocky ones, you know the type. Like there's like a big old chunk bay, and then there's like another chunk bay under it. That one. Yeah, getting a Wii. I've mentioned this before. We had to go out of town to get a Wii. Just was not happening elsewise. Okay, so now I need to get to there. I don't remember how to get to there. Alright, Korgoth, you just keep wanting me to ban you today, don't you? Time to ban Korgoth again. I mean, like all things, there's a gradient when it comes to scalpers. But I will admit, I'm not super fond of scalpers. Scalpers, as I myself have said many times, deliberately and knowingly remove the amount of joy in the world to make a few extra bucks. Screw up. Almost positive I'm going the wrong way here, but I just want to check where this goes really quick. Oh, no, this is actually the right way. Yay! Glad I checked. I mean, joking aside, we have all done things we're not super proud of in our lives, right? I once embezzled. Sort of. And you might think, why are you admitting that? I know I've told this story before, but once upon a time, during my 3rd grade class, or no, I'm sorry, wrong direction, 5th grade class, the teacher gave us each jobs, and each of those jobs had a certain amount of money we would get, and it was all fake money. It was all Monopoly money. And one of those jobs was banker. And I learned a lot about how much you could control the money supply of an economy when I suddenly was when it was my turn to play the banker. So you are the outsider come to wake the windfish. I shall eat you. But why? I'm not tasty. Maybe I am. Yeah, notice the nightmares are getting more and more vocal in their opposition to our overall goal. Could you spawn up here, please? We're going back to creative bosses, by the way. No, I already figured out loans and debt worked for a while. Damn it, 10-headed Hydra, I knew it! But is there any other games you want to put that towards 10-headed Hydra? Like, say, 2 other games? Charge attack actually does multiple, more damage. I forget how much more, but there's a reason I could kill the first boss in 2 charged hits. Alright, so just to be fully vocal about this 10-headed Hydra, if you don't put it towards anything else, that just goes towards dealer's choice. If you're okay with that, I'm okay with that. I just want to be clear about that. Second to finish killing this boss. Okay, you're just being a dick now. Watch, if I move over to the left, what do you want to bet he's going to move over to the right? Oh, hey, he didn't. I'm surprised. I don't seem to know what kind of island this is. What a fool. The nightmares are going to get a little more desperate about trying to convince us about things. So, thank you, 10-headed Hydra. that towards RDR. Overlord 1 and Overlord 2. The shrine. The plane. The plane. The island's secret. The shrine. It's a marimba. You know, good question. Don't have a good answer for you. And thank you very, very much, Korgoth, earlier. I actually think I already said thank you. You didn't put it towards anything. Now, here's the funny thing. You said, can I put that towards Paper Mario 2 on the Switch? No. Because that's actually already funded. That was funded before it came out. Also, that's ridiculous, Pyro. Now we have the hook shot. We've opened up a couple of areas. We're not quite at the freedom point yet, believe it or not. There's not really a freedom point until you get to the very end of this game, honestly. And that's the go get all the optional stuff point. It is a little easier to get around, though. Let's go ahead and do that first. Which means, hang on. Yeah, no, I'm right. Get out of yourself, Lore. That's true, Cycloud, but, like, you get my overall point. This is very Metroid-y. You get access to a new area because of the new kit, and then a new area because of the new kit, and then a new area because of the new kit. It just keeps expanding. This is actually not where I wanted to go. Where are we in the game? We need 3 more dungeons, looks like. I feel weird, like I'm going really slow for some reason. But then again, I do suck. So I do apologize for sucking. No, I'll play 1 first, and then I'll play 2, Korgoth. You know, it's a strange concept, but that is how we're going to do it. That's true, Cycloud. I'm not sure if you actually can in this version, like if it'll even let you. But either way, let's go buy the damn bow. No, they will never remaster 1, Korgoth. There's not even rumors of a remaster of 1. So we're just going to play 1. And then we'll play the remaster of 2. Jesus, Pyro. And I played the Mario RPG remake, so if I haven't played it on camera, then I haven't played it. Unless it's a co-op game. So, no. Let's hit the phone really quick, just to see what he says. You've been to the Face Shrine? It's north of the Animal Village. Okay, well actually I have. But, I even have the key already for up there. What I really want to do is... I did that. Let's save. I haven't saved in a while. Yeah, this is pretty much the only movement tech we get. That's a good question, Korgoth. I don't know. Correct, Ross. SMRPG is a game that we have currently reviewed under the current system, and therefore we're not going to do an audit run of the remaster. By all accounts, it's a good remaster, and I would have rather reviewed it. We didn't, so here we are. about to say, I don't think you can even do this until the hook shots. This is the earliest we could have done this. Don't quote me on that, though. I know speedrunners can break this game in half. I also don't remember you have to hit every individual sign as you go. I'm just being cautious. In one moment, Grand Spectre, I saw your donation. Sorry. Ah! Okay. Thank you, Grand Spectre, for the sub. Always. And if you know what up to 3 things you want to put that towards, please let me know. And thank you, anonymous gifter, whoever you are, for the sub. If you want to oust yourself, let me know. Otherwise, thank you for your support. I prefer the original version of this song. Yes, hi, Mamu, aka Wart. You look like you don't know squat about music. Yeah, it's because we don't have the ocarina. No, by all means, Grand Spectre, if I don't acknowledge it, poke me. It's possible I didn't see it, because I'm distracted by something. Not to, you know, oh, poor me, but I'm usually doing about 5 separate things at once when I'm streaming, so I tend to miss stuff. Yes, Mama was what he was called back in the original, so it is Wart. Speaking of games that could use a proper remake, by the way. Mario 2. But, of course, Mario 2 wouldn't get it. Mario 3 would, because that's the popular one. And Mario 3 does not need a remake. It's a good game. Alright. Honestly, yeah. Mario 2 with 4-player co-op. Done! I don't know. The Tangled movie, maybe you should watch Frozen instead. I think that'd be a better use of your time. Everyone in chat descends upon me. Now that would be an interesting idea. Mario 3 with less squiggity. Like, make it a toggle, you know? And some checkpoints. And make it co-op. Interesting question. What else could we add to Mario 3 to improve it? So, co-op, checkpoints, squiggity options. Just options in general. Rebinding, you know, stuff like that. As a first reminder, Mario 3, unless you're playing on the GBA version, has no saves whatsoever. So, play in one run or don't play at all. So, add some saves for that. Let's see, what else? Maybe tinker with the itemization a little bit. Make there be a few more hammer suits. A few more usage for the frog suit. Some more Tanuki suits. Basically, make the super power-ups a little bit more useful and a little bit more fun to actually play around with. I thought there was a thing here. I guess not. I don't think the All-Star version has saves. I don't remember. I know the GBA version does. Yeah. Polish up World 6. Tweak a couple of levels. Like, there's a couple of polishing past things that can be done. So, the FF Audit Run. Paper Mario, Origami King. An Age of Empires block. Done. Thank you again, Grand Spectre. So we'll do this once, I think. Once sounds fair. 100 rupees. Hold on, let's save first. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's got edamame. Do you see that? He's got a pear, too, and a coconut drink, but he's got edamame. We'll do the raid. Not this. It's the main thing I wanted. Why, Ross? I mean, other than the obvious. You are far from any secrets. Remaking Secret of the Stars would be a hell of a challenge. But, believe it or not, I think it is doable. There are actually some good ideas in that game. Like the fact that there's two parties that function very differently and have access to very different kit from each other. Like making the two parties play completely differently. Yeah, I'm actually with that. The problem is you then have to level both parties because, you know, awfulness. So that's awful. And, you know, everything about the dungeon design and brickwork and boss design and entire swaths of the game being terrible. But, you know, I do think there is something to be remade there, I guess is my overall point. I'm not going to make it matter, whatever I go. There's... So, the story... So, I'm going to spoil Secret of the Stars story here, okay? You ready? For, like, the three of you who care. The story is completely nonsensical in the game in question, but if you actually go through the game, if you actually, you know, have researched the game and studied it like some weird person has done, the way the story works out is, in the future, a very advanced scientist creates a homunculus based off of what he felt like would be the new life form to lead them into prosperity. Unfortunately, and I don't try to be shocked, this homunculus turned out to be extremely evil, and then reached out into the past in order to escape you know, being shut down, and is using his power in the past to try and take over the world because evil. Now that's kind of it. There's other little tidbits there, like we're actually from the future and blah blah blah, but that's the long and the short of it. That's my rupees. Oh, not too bad.
Whee!
I do admit, though, I like the idea of a two-party system. Then again, I like the camera moving in general. I like that in television, I like that in movies, I like that in games. So just in a hurry, so we're just going to be in a hurry. Oh, God damn it, Ross. I didn't even think about that. Look. I anticipate we'll talk about the two-party system again when we get there. But, piece of heart, which is what I wanted.
Whee!
Well, I mean, yes, a two-party system sucks, but the problem is preventing a two-party system from existing, whether it's officially allowed or not. That's actually harder to do than it sounds. Well, hang on, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. We can get up to 20 hearts. Stop, like, being a dick, please. I mean, we also have first past the post in the United States, which is literally and objectively the worst voting method that exists in the entire world. That is still voting. So that was a pretty short overworld section. In fact, the river rapids I did think was completely optional, so we could have just beelined right here. But since we're here, probably one of my favorite mixes in this particular version of the game. Ow. Wizrobes, my old friends. Oh yeah, I could have done the... I still don't remember where the color dungeon is. I need to figure that out at some point. If I can go do it. No, X. We're in level 6. We got a few more. And of course, level 6 being the dungeon where the Wizrobes show up. Zelda 1 reference there. Oh, it's in the library. Thank you, Talia. This is why I keep you around, Talia. Well, that and your good looks, obviously. Hello, Oscar. How is your day going? Which Zelda would I love to visit? Ooh. Honestly, like, Wind Waker would be kind of cool to visit. You know, as long as I could leave at any time. That's kind of a mandatory requirement there. Past that, I'd have to think for a minute. You know, honestly, Spirit Tracks, while we're on the subject. Ocarina and Twilight would both be alright if they were in, you know, the more peaceful eras in which they exist. What story would I tell in a Zelda game? Oh, jeez, I don't know. See you around, Grand Spectre. Enjoy the lurking. Oh yeah, no, I would never want to live in any Zelda game. That's insanity. It's probably telling that I would once again default to Wind Waker if you forced me to live in one of them for a while. Post-apocalypse or no, it's still probably one of the better overall setups. I don't remember if bows work on these. Let's find out. Hey, bows do work. Unfortunately, I don't really know anything about that other than from the Age of Calamity Ross. So, in the absence of information, I can't gauge that, so I don't know. That was quick. I feel like I can lift an elephant. Get it? Listen, anarcho-maxist. We here at the Lore Walkers do not recommend bleeding gums. Murphy's cool, but we'll give him a pass. Rupees. Not that I really need rupees at this point for, I think, anything, really. Yeah, no kidding, Chill Pangolin. Never even went right. I call this a remaster. It's a very good remaster. But it's still a remaster. Oh, god dang it. Pay attention more. God, those respawn instantly. Ow. Yeah, Zero Mission is a remake. Lufia 2 DS is definitely a reimagining. It's an attempt, well, it's actually specifically a reboot, but a reboot can be a reimagining or not, depending. Either way, it's an attempt to do its own thing on the franchise completely. Oh, I remember this room. I'm not liking this room. We'll come back to that. Yeah, I don't know what else you can hit the Wizrobes with. I didn't think I bothered to get the bow, because otherwise I'd probably be screwed. Or worse, have to Google it. I think we could get the boomerang right now. I think that is possible. How linear is this game? Pretty linear. There's actually less dungeon or order skipping than there was in LTTP, and there's very little in LTTP. In fact, in this exact version of the game, there is less dungeon skipping, because you can't skip getting the magnifying glass. And you can't skip going into Dungeon 8? Oh no, it's not a bad thing. Of course not. Be a little bastard. Come here. Animal cruelty here on the Lore Walker. Oh, I played ball all right. Look, if he wasn't trying to kill me, then I wouldn't have to kill him. It's very simple. It's a simple demonic. Don't kill me, and I won't kill you. Yeah, exactly. We cool? Okay, we're cool. No death. It's actually funny, the last dungeon was a lot more sprawling. And honestly, a lot more irritating to navigate. Notice it's the only dungeon I haven't given a positive for yet, which I stand behind. This one, a little bit smoother. We've already gotten the dungeon item for this one. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. One of the things I like that they did with the music of this game is in quite a few cases, they bothered to include the sound font from the original Game Boy version in the game. Just to add to it. Sure, got it. Jeez. Where was down here? God, I actually don't remember. I think it was. Oh no, it was after this. It was, or rather before this. Right. Okay. Right. Care about rupees anymore? Not really. Oh, does she tell you? I actually forgot about that. I guess I did know about that, though. Because that's why the Fury doesn't work that way. The Fury in a bottle is actually new to this version, but it's just heal. Well, so far we have the total lack of options in our Remasters. And then we also have the graphicsy blur problem. And then the graphicsy blur problem. Yeah, that's actually it at the moment. I'll chew on that and see if we can come up with any others. We always need more negatives, after all. The blur is pretty bad here, but it's not as bad as it could be. So yeah, it only got 2. Again, if the blur was in dungeons, that would be absolutely awful. And actually, in the way of gameplay, frankly. Okay. Honestly, I gave a nothing to the Dampe minigame. I'm kind of leaning towards continuing to do that. It's just so vacuous. It barely qualifies as having gameplay. It's kind of weird, honestly. I mean, it's not like the photo mode had much going for it, but at least you got the cool photos out of the photo mode, right? So that was something. They would. I agree on Archamaxis. It's a damn shame they didn't bring the photo mode back for this. But what can you do? You're happy. I got $100. I suppose I can't complain. I did just get $100. How many seashells am I up to? 11. Does anybody be fair to look up how many seashells you need to get the Golan sword? I'm pretty sure it's not happening. I'm just curious. Please and thank you. Yeah, we are nowhere on that. Now, I don't think we even have the sensor yet, which we get at 30. Or is that 15? Either way, we don't have it yet. I mean, there are no Octoroks or whatever it was in Link Between Worlds. That was a good collector minigame, by the way. That was a fun one. Yeah, 100% of that, too. I haven't thought of any so far, Anarchomaxist. If you can think of any, I am listening. Any real ones. No memes. We have no memes on this channel. No memes and no men. Sorry, Dakota. I will admit this is kind of a chill song, even though I know that's not what you mean. I will say, especially in comparison to the Zelda games we've just played, this is probably the best designed overworld we've seen so far. It's very clearly designed in the same style of LTTPs, which is also a very solid overworld, so that makes sense. That leads there, so I don't actually need this. So let's head back to the beginning of the dungeon. Let's get hit by the giant blob. Very important. Hi, Ninja. Destroy that. I mean, yeah, this straight off LTTP. Makes sense. Yeah, gotta have the giant blob text. I need to check one thing really quick before I move on. That's what I thought. Hello, Evo. Please tell me why you're not asleep. How much destruction I must reap upon the world. I know that, but swapped from where it is. Do I have a crystal up here? I actually don't remember. I don't think I do. I think it's just this area, yeah. Okay, let's go back then a little bit. So what's everyone's lunch today? I admit with some delight, I will be having leftover stew today. Interesting. Pink stoop? Pink stoop. Pink soup? If you don't mind sharing, what is pink soup? The Greek omelet with challah bread, French toast, grits. Jesus, Talia. You have eaten like a queen. Diced sausage, scrambled eggs, and sharpshooter. Damn. I'm starting to get a little jealous here. Let's do it. Let's screw it. Let's. It might be worth something. It might be a boss key. I mean, rice, sausage, and egg is a solid combo. There's nothing wrong with that. Rice and virtually anything is a solid combo. The Carno diet? I don't know which one that is, but I'm glad it's working for you. Alas, there is no Evo. We have lost Evo. So we don't know what she's having for dinner. Or lunch, or whatever she is. I ain't here to argue, Talia. There's an entire economic substructure designed around people who can't afford real things, and so instead they get so-called luxury goods, which, as it happens, includes good food. not a joke, by the way. There's actually a term for it, and I forget what they call it. It boils down to, well, we can't afford things like houses or cars, so buy other crap. That's our option. We found secret medicine. What? Oh, Tracy's secret medicine. Oh, nice. Yeah, welcome to being working class. Meat and eggs, huh? I do like eggs, and I do like meat. Grated beetroot and kefir with sliced cucumbers, hard-boiled eggs, spring onions, and dill. Yes, please. That sounds delicious. Recently we had, I don't even know what to call it. It's an Iranian dish. Persian dish. And it was like apricots, jalapenos, chicken, rice, and a bunch of seasoning. And it was damned good. Ah! Okay, look, flies. You need to stop existing. I don't know where you're coming from. Quit it. Yeah, I functionally can't live without sugar in my life. And I don't really mean anything by that, other than just the literal statement. I've talked about this before. It's kind of a very dumb psychological thing. But I have been starving at multiple points in my life where I couldn't have or afford any kind of food. Obviously that means like basic food, survival food. But the consequence of that is that I sort of built in the mental presumption that if I can afford dessert, then that's a luxury. Then I am okay, right? So if I do not have dessert in my life, my mind says, I am not okay. Make sense? So consequently, for example, I plan to go have a cinnamon roll from Costco during lunch, because I am okay. Tell me about it, Talia. I like sugar plenty, but no, baked goods is where it's at for me, and has been for a long time. Like, if you give me a choice between, like, chocolate, or a candy bar, or a pastry, I'm pretty much always going to take the pastry. I haven't gotten the boomerang yet. I should really do that after this session. Coconut pound cake. Okay, there's one baked good I wouldn't eat. Speaking of bombs, yeah, that's true. That's very true, Ect. Pastries can be savory, and savory pastries. Have you ever had, picture your typical Danish, right? That has like the custard cream cheese in the middle. Except it's primarily spicy and with tomato instead. Now, you can also get that with a bit of meat baked in, but that's good. Oh, why didn't you eat it? Why didn't you eat it? Eat the yummy bombs! Because of the trees, Takoida? I know this game's a little iconic, but damn, that's impressive, really. So, okay. Random question, because I don't know why, but you just reminded me of something, Takoida. I've already asked everyone which Zelda games you're most looking forward to me playing. Which ones are you least looking forward to? I will also allow the 3 games we've already covered. Oh god, baklava. I haven't had good baklava in a while, but yes. Yes! There was a local Greek place back in Kansas City. You see that had just, oh god. It was joy. Don't mind me, just try not to die here. So, Spirit Tracks for Jayvez, I could see that. Thankfully we could bypass the mic issue this time around. Oops. One too far away. Okay, this one then. There you go. Listen, I would give you all the food, you know. Just all of it. Just open, funnel. There's just food going in. It's like, what was the name of the starving artist in Persona 5? Because that's me shoving food down Evo's throat right now. Yusuke. That's it. Okay, seriously, game? Okay. Maybe this? Okay, then. We'll do that. Oh, I see what you want me to do. The most popular? The best by popular opinion. Ocarina. 100%. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Ocarina is the FF7, the TNG, the... What's the different use here? It's the popular one. I'm curious why, though. Yeah, the Mario 3. TNG stands for The Next Generation, which is a reference to Star Trek, The Next Generation. No, Majora's closer to being the DS9 of Zelda. And yeah, Majora was a black sheep for a while. I am curious if you will end up liking Ocarina when we go through it then, Lord Emma. Legitimately. And yeah, Zelda 1 is obviously a pretty good pick for that. Do I like chess? I suck at chess, but I do enjoy it for what it's worth. See, funnily enough, I'm the opposite, Talia. Oh, I like food, don't mistake me. But, I like being in shape more. Could fix the diaphragm problem I have. The FF10 of Zelda? Breath of the Wild. 100%. Okay, so now... now what? What? I did not mean to do that, but I guess it's okay. You can never fully 100% predict what things are going to be popular in popular media or popular consciousness, but they're really easy to point out when they happen. Which Zelda is the FF13? either Triforce Heroes or the CDI games. Probably Triforce Heroes, if I were to guess on that one. I can confirm that, Ross. I can agree with that. Oh, yep, this is right. Triforce Heroes is... it's kind of hard to even explain properly. It's its own thing. They really went all in on the multiplayer stacking mechanism. For good and for bad. I don't know, Breath of the Wild's plateau wasn't super slow. And it was also really, really good. What did I get in this dungeon? Oh yeah, the bigger pickup thing. What's that part for me in Ocarina? Let me think about that, because there's actually 3. But for very, very different reasons. Hey, dummy. Need a hit? My weak point is... whoops, there I go. Talking too much again. That's Ocarina, sir. Yeah, this is a weird one, Dakota. Not gonna lie. So, the 3 points, Ross. One is the well under Kakariko, for purely narrative reasons. The second is the Shadow Temple, for purely narrative reasons. And the third is, honestly, the Water Temple. I know people meme on it, but that temple does kind of suck. There are legitimate and objective problems with it. Oh, I agree with you, Ross. Absolutely. But point is, Water Temple will 100% be getting a negative, or 2, when we get there. He's a damage box pyro, so he just does damage to you. It is the bomb. I already used the bombs. Why didn't they work? Here lay blood the here lay the royal family of Hyrule's bloodstained past, I think. God, I forget the exact quote. It's a great quote. Plenty of implication. Also, I wonder what you do if you just run out of bombs in here. Here lies Hyrule's ancient past of blood and greed. I don't know, whatever. Okay, listen up. If the windfish wakes up, everything on the island will be gone forever. And I do mean everything. Yeah, they're actively trying to convince us not to do this now. So that's cool. Ah, the bad old days, Talia. God, don't remind me of that, Dakota. We're the hero. Here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred. Thank you. I could not think of the quote. It's a great quote. Mountain. I remember you. Something calls from the mountains, and it's the lunch break.